that microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Glad to have you all on board today. It is Happy Valentine's Day, February the 14th, 2023. There we go. Just about recorded myself from last year. And that is awesome. So happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Hope that your days are, that the day's been going good for everyone. And that is all awesome. And I've been having a quiet day. So it is one of those things. Quiet in the volcano world anyway. I've been trying to figure out what the heck is going on. How come we're not seeing any volcanic action anywhere other than our little stuff that we see, of course, here at Helemaumau crater there at the Kilauea volcano in Hawaii. And thank you for the welcomes, everyone. And that is awesome. And I see Mars 2028, thanks. And hi, Doc, I hear you from Asu. And a bunch of people lurking. And everyone, and thank you for that. You're welcome, Asu. And let's get at things. We'll not delay, obviously. You can see the banner up top there. It shows that 7 Kaya volcano, primarily active from the 6th to the 12th, and then we've got that other one that I am not going to be able to pronounce. And let's see, East Java, busy stuff going on there, so pretty awesome to see. Anyway, first person in was Grandma B, so she gets the cookies. Oops, I dropped a rose in those cookies. Hope that's okay. You better pick that rose out before you eat those cookies, Grandma B. Anyway, that is all awesome. And watch out for the thorns. I hear they're like thistle. They'll hurt you. Oh, what? Are you gonna make me say it, Sue? It's a Tangkuban Parahu. Okay. I hope that wasn't, yeah, that's easy for you to say. I can type it easier than I can say it. Thanks, Henry, for sticking up for me. Oh, that is one tough name. Why do they do that? Why do they have to have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 syllables in the name? It's just like that one in Iceland. I just want to call it Ijaf, or something. Something simple. Tangkuban Parahu. I hope that's not contagious, Sue. I think there's a shot for that. Tanga, who? Oh boy, this is going to be a fun day. And anyway, glad to have everyone on board. And let's see what we can come up with today. It should be an interesting show. Yeah, that's it. Hang on, it's Fayata Kulel. Alex, why can't you just call it Ifyal or something? Something simple. 2 syllables. How come we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 syllables in there? That's and that's one of the easiest ones. Don't give up the day job, Doc. No, I'm not gonna do that. I just it's one of those things. I thought Russian was hard to learn. Okay, At least in Russia, it makes sense when you're looking at the alphabet. Every letter basically makes a sound with the exception of one. And that is a pretty easy to follow, easy rule. It's because it gives a great amusement whenever there is a documentary on volcanoes. I wouldn't doubt that, Alex. That sounds like something spiteful that somebody thought of. I knew that new volcano was going to be a tongue twister. Yep, it is definitely, and I will mess it up 100 times, Sue. It's bad enough I can't pronounce that. Fayalta or Fayatla Yukol. Something like that. Why can't they just go like Ketla or Astya? That's easy. I mean, even Fragrada Fjord is a little bit hard, but we'll live with it. That was it. Oh my God, Alex, spot on. Yeah, only faster, right? So I get my tongue really twisted around. Oh boy, this is going downhill. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. And yes, some of the linguistics of the day. I've got my soliloquy in a knot. So thanks, Alex. Anyway, we'll start off with saying hi to Alex France from Iceland, and of course Leo Carlson and Michael Olson and Linda Schoof and Tom Dice and Pepper and Sue Hayes is here. Let's see, who else we got? Henry Nelson is there. Yep. We got Linda. We got Leo. Tom. We got going up the list here. Silversmith in the house, and we got Michael already going up. Sandra Rockland on board. Welcome. And let's see. Of course, we have our. I should say we have all our wonderful moderators. And Arizona Snowman is here. Piggy is here. C&D Boy is here. Not sure if I seen Gary 24/7 Live. He's at Skies yet, but I'm sure he'll be lurking in the background somewhere if he's not watching for balloons. And then, of course, we've got Joseph Fields, Texas, as well as Lucas Snow. And thank you, moderators, for being here. And welcome to JB as well, Mars 2028, and Scott Hartman is back. Welcome, Scott. Going up the list, Bill Kimmel also here. Good to have you on board. And William Eaton is here. Good to have you on board there. And let's see, who else we got? William Eaton. Why does that name sound so familiar? Never mind. I will leave that alone for now. We'll probe that later. Did I say Linda Schoof? I think I did. Still scrolling up here. Mariano Becerra, welcome, and glad to have you on board. And let's see, who else we got in here? Going up the list. JB we've got, yes. And let's see. Who else is hiding in there? Billy Bob Joe in the house as well. We did get Alex France, so with his tongue twisters. And let's see, and what else we got? Sandra, we got Michael, we got scrolling. One Fish 26, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And going up some more, looking for more wonderful people. And let's see if we haven't missed anyone here. Still scrolling upward, looking for others. And let's see, we got, Scott, Henry, Michael, got. Arliss Scott is also here. Welcome, Arliss. And let's see, who else we got in here? Still scrolling upward. And Hank is back. Welcome. And of course, Grandma B was the first one in with getting the cookies. So I think I've got everyone for right now. I'm up as high as I can go there. I don't see anyone else up top. I'm sure there's some in the Lurkers Lounge as well. Christian is here. Welcome, Christian. Did I miss anyone else on the bottom while I was going up? We got Sandra Rockland saying woof. All right, good to have you on board. And yeah, I think we've covered all the names for now. So welcome to everyone, and glad to have you all on board today. Hopefully, one fish, what type of tech docs? Tech docs. I'm in the Lurkers Lounge listening while I'm reading tech documents. Tech documents? Fish can read? Oh, wow. Okay. That's interesting. Anyway, yeah, so what do we got going on? Of course, we see on the screen what we've got right now. This is from 2:30 this morning from our Helemaumau crater. And I know I said that really nicely and quickly. That's just about as bad as trying to say Icelandic stuff, but for some reason Hawaiian is easier. I don't know. Takes a little bit, but we can get that, you know. Anyway, from the Kilauea volcano, of course, on the big island of Hawaii. And we like that. It's a nice scene. That's from 2:30 this morning, but let's see if it is back to, oh yeah, it's back to cloudiness. It was kind of looking all right for a while, but it also started raining. This is actually, and I put it back to about 5 a.m. Just to get it in there. Oh, you know what they say, read the manual. Manuals are overrated. ChemTool Incorporated, welcome, and hopefully you'll enjoy the show. And let's see what else we got going on here. So obviously, for those people that are here, I did post that video online from the little collapse of the crater yesterday, and we will show it here right now, and just so you can see what that was looking like. And let's put that on. We'll turn that other banner on top off. So this isn't a time lapse, it's just to show you what it looked like there. So just you can see how that dropped in, and it's only a minute long in total duration. So there you can see it cracking and ploosh down into the lava, and you can see the wave action of that from that was of course from yesterday at 8:20 roughly in the morning. I'm from Barnsley, UK. Welcome from Barnsley. I didn't know there was such a place, but that sounds like a legitimate place there. You're welcome. Anyway, what if I connect a chat GPT to a YouTube chatbot? The world may end just because. Just be prepared. Oh boy, one fish. Just don't do that in my submarine, okay? Hopefully, we'll see what happens. Sharon Stewart, welcome on board, and I'm glad to have you on here. And we'll continue on with what we're doing here. So as far as our wonderful Hawaii, we're here in Hawaii. This was 6:59 a.m. That's what it looked like. That was not too bad looking, and I thought, you know, hey, we could live with that. I kind of like that picture. And this was, of course, just after the sun started peeking over the horizon. And there you can see, unfortunately, a little bit of smoke in the way. But you can see some of that wonderful stuff that's going on. And I think right in here, well, I'm trying to draw in the wrong spot. Right there is our primary event. We know we've got the other vent back in the old larger lava pond, and sometimes this guy has 2 or 3 going at once, but I haven't seen any more than 1 as of today. So for sure we've got 2 in total, but we could have more. Ann Walsh, kindly do not use all caps. We prefer if you go lowercase. So Ann Walsh, please lowercase only. And that's like yelling at everyone, and we don't like that. Hello everyone, Dr. Fox and all of you going now. All right, no worries. You take care, or if you want to join in. Yeah, no worries, Ann. Just some people don't know about that. In here, we prefer that we have just the little letters, okay? And Maria Lima, welcome. Good evening, Dr. Fox, as well as everyone else. Thank you and welcome. And yeah, no worries, Ann Walsh. It happens. Even myself, on occasion, will end up accidentally hitting that darn cap lock, and it happens. So we'll try not to let it happen again till next time. Okay. Anyway, kind of smoky in there though, so very hard to see what we've got going on. But let's carry on to the next shot. That is the thermal, and the thermal here is from 6:50 a.m. It gives us a little better idea of where some of those things were. How come I'm not seeing my mouse on here? Oh, maybe I need to turn it on. La hamster. Oh, there it is. The hamster is now working. Anyway, we see the what's now the primary vent right in here, of course, with its little backbone. That makes it so difficult to see. The other vent is here, and I can't see the navigator anymore, so I don't know what happened to it, but we do see a fair amount of outflows that happened during the night, and we can see that they were cooling. So at certain points in time, the volume of magma coming out, or lava, would have been substantially higher, and that's kind of what we're seeing there right well at 6:50 a.m. I'm going to refresh that one so we can see it now. And oh, not now. It's cooled off a bunch. The output has slowed down a little bit, and that is pretty normal. I wanted to mention there was nothing down here in the foreground either, so that's kind of what we had there. So things are trucking along. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that this will continue to flow out, and that we'll continue to be able to show it with nice lava flows as such. I did forget to redo this one. Before I do that though, I'm going to take that other banner off and just going to click on the photo option. I like the sunrises when you see the sun just hitting there. Full Circle, Florida, aka Florida 360. Oh, I didn't know you preferred a lowercase. I will try to remember that. Thank you, Maria Lima. And yeah, we do in here because it is considered yelling at. You know, I mean, normal English is fine. You know, just not all caps. We're good with that. Is the crater floor still rising? As far as I know, it is, pardon me, it is slowly coming up, and in this shot you can actually see that, you know, there's quite a decline on the sides here, so this central area is in fact lifted quite a bit and built up, and you know, all of the area here where this lava is coming out. Let's see if we got a better shot of that right now here. Oh my god, no, that's even absolutely worse. Oh, it's raining there. I shouldn't have done that. This is the B1 cam from the other side from this morning. But yeah, the whole area in here is raised up because of that lava flow. And hey, JB starts things out with a wonderful $10 super chat. That is awesome. Thank you, JB. Appreciate that, JB, and just writing that down. Thank you very kindly for your support. Yeah. So yeah, there you can see the older event there. There's the one where we had that collapse, and that is right there. This one seems to be the one that's putting out more lava right now, but it's hard to tell because we really aren't able to see and keep an observation on this one. So it's one of those things, you know, you almost have to sit there and babysit it. But this is what it was looking like there earlier, and that is what we seen this morning. And we know that the edges here, it kind of curves downward, so this is a low area within the crater, and so is on the entire outside rim area, with the exception of in the back behind here. That seems to have built up, but this is still quite low, so lots of space, and it definitely looks like it is heaped up. So there'd be magma underneath there, or lava, however you want to say it. That lava has to be going somewhere, and once it comes up, it is not all drying or cooling off up top here. Some of it is seeping back in through cracks and what have you, back into the caldera itself. So lots of interesting activity. I'm going to refresh this. It's probably going to be all steam, but we'll see. Yep, just like I thought. Same as this one. Let's see if that one had improved any. No, and that got worse. Never mind. And that's a good thing we can back this one up and see what it looked like. If we go back though, and this is about 4 or 5 hours ago, you do still see a fairly decent flow coming out, and that is pretty awesome. We did see more of a flow once in a while coming out this way. I'm just trying to see if we can find that. Where was it? There was a point in this morning there where we could see a little bit extra flow coming out. That was this. Maybe we can't see it. Maybe it was just prior to the recording of this, and I think it was because I did see it this morning when I got up, and that would have been a bunch of extra hours ago. Probably somewhere in the late evening hours from yesterday. So that is kind of what we've got going on there in Hawaii anyway. And like I say, I'm a live shot right now. It is raining there at the crater. So Halemaumau crater rain, and it is a steam bath. So we will leave it in here. Let's pop over to Iceland and see what Iceland is doing. Iceland is a nice place. We like Iceland. It's dark there in Iceland, and let's see if we can get the other cameras up and working before we join in on that fun. I think it's even snowing in Reykjavik, if I'm correct. But let's take a look and go from there. So over we go, and yep, nighttime. And we can see the beacon, or the beam, going around on top of the Perlin Center. That is where the cameras are located. And we can see on the glass, the see-through roof is not so see-through. It's been opaqued by some glass or some snow. If we go back a little bit in time, just before the sunset, you can see that there was some new fresh snow on the trails and things like that. So a little bit of snow happening. We see the mountains in the background still pretty much without snow from all that rain and those tropical temperatures that they had yesterday. And even earlier, there were some very, very nice periods. And we didn't mind that. Look at that. That's beautiful. And you didn't see any snow on the trails here in the bottom. So that is a fresh snow that we are seeing, And Alex, unless Alex was out there, he must have been sweeping a whole bunch. Oh man, what? Man, don't tell me that. It's been so nice not being snowy for a couple of days. Well, hey, Alex, I'm not. Don't shoot the messenger, okay? uh, anyway, foggy. We do see that, and we do see it was fairly clear on the lawns down here. Let's put that back to live, and we will go over to the other camera. And yeah, you can definitely see those flakes in the "Don't Hit Me" beams mounted on top of that. And Oz, welcome Oz, and Oz is lurking. No problem. I wonder, 100% blame you, Doc. Oh, sure. Way to go, Alex. It's not my weatherman that made that happen. I was looking for the sunshine this morning. See? This is what my picture would be looking like. A very, very clean grass, and the airport is nice, you know, the way it's supposed to be. So, all good. I didn't do it, really. I didn't, Alex. I promise you that. Anyway, let's leave that one there. Hey, well, I got a message. Okay, that's all right. Yeah, so that's what it was like. And then, of course, we've got a big snowflake in the way here, so we can't see the yard down there. Can't tell how much snow is on the ground. That's probably safer because Alex will blame me for it anyway. And this is a beautiful shot of Katla, and I'm going to leave it at that. I'm kidding. Otherwise, Alex is going to have a hard time with it as well. Let's go back about 11 and a half hours ago. It looked like it was raining there, and Katla, of course, we can't see hiding behind the stuff, all those clouds. But the weather was kind of variable, and I'm trying to find a spot to see if we can actually see something in the back there. Well, we can see that most of that snow has melted up there on those mountains in the foreground anyway. We can't see in the back. Too much cloud still. And even if we go ahead a little bit further, no, let's try. Oh, this might work. Well, yeah, you can see in the back there is some exposed rock around Katla. We can see back there, so we are definitely seeing the back of the mountain tops, and that is a pretty awesome. And actually, a nice looking lawn area up front here too, a lawn or moss. I'm not sure which it is, but that's what we've got there. So it looks pretty cool. And let's see if we go back a little bit more, see if it started snowing there too. I know snowing is snow is a four-letter word, and I hate using it on here. It was right after bunny duty. It almost looked like it was going to snow here too, and I seen a few of those flakes coming down, and I got worried. 5-minute warning, thanks, Tom. No worries. Anyway, we do see looks like more rain and possibly some of that flaking in the background. And we'll see what happens. And that's it for now. I'm going to put it back to alive and make that smaller again. And same thing with the other ones, so we don't burn so much horsepower. And try to get over to the harmonic tremor chart real quick and have a look at what's going on there. And I'm going to refresh it, although it is pretty close to up to date. And we'll do a refresh on it. There we are, right up to date. All right, we've seen some more activity in the wee hours of the morning, somewhere around 1 or 2 o'clock or so, with a little bit of spikes there, and kind of makes me wonder what was going on. We do see a downward trend here, but it seems to have leveled out a little bit, and possibly starting to come back up, so that is okay. I'm not going to panic yet, and we'll go down and take a look at a few of the other ones. The one that really does interest me right now is Grimsey, And here's that massive spike at Grimsey. And we do see that that was a fairly large spike, big jolt. So we know we've got some extra quakes in that area, and that happened again in the wee morning hours there of Iceland. So around 1 or 2 a.m.-ish kind of thing, shooting way up, because they did have a bunch more quakes. But we do see things decline there. So Grimsey kind of calmed down a bit, I think, for now. And here's our Grindavik chart. We can even see that big spike there. So it shook all the way from the very, very northern points all the way down to, is that camera located on the Reykjanes beach? Trying to replace it. Okay, they're trying to get that camera fixed, the one out by the lighthouse. It's still broken out there, Alex. Otherwise, I would have shown a shot of it. As far as I could tell, it was still broken when I looked earlier today, this morning. I don't know about right now, but I don't think it was working. I'll check during the break, though. And we are going to come up to the break right away. Anyway, the Grindavik site, of course, is to the southwest of our Fagradalsfjall area. No, I'm just trying to figure out where the camera, a camera showing a Katla is. Oh, you're not sure where that is? That's up, I have no idea exactly where it is, but it's up on some park hill something. Let's see if there was a description. Okay, they are saying it's Mydelsjökull glacier in the south of Iceland, and the ice cap cover of the notorious Katla volcano. I don't know if that means anything to you. Let's see, where's the... I don't see where it is. They give a description of everything, but it's not too cool. Anyway, yeah, if you want it, Alex, here, let's give you the link to it. That's the one for Katla, right? So there you got the link. You can have a look at that. All right, let me get back to where I was here. Otherwise, I'm going to lose track of things that I was looking for. Okay, let me get over here. There we go. We were going to go over to Kristuvik, and see, Kristuvik is a nice, easy name. Why can't they name them like that? Let's go find Kristuvik. Kristuvik, where are you? But the sensor in Kristuvik is not set right. Anyway, we do see it declining as well. So that is kind of to the northeast of our wonderful Fagradalsfjall area, and that is what we see. That is the harmonic tremor charts for right now, you guys. So if we're all good with that, and we will leave that be, and after the break we're going to go take a look at the earthquakes that have been happening there, and we do have about 64 of them, if I'm not mistaken, unless that number has changed again. So don't go away, keep smiling, and oh, it's 61 now, it says, but I was close. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, of course, but that is all right with earthquakes as well. Don't go away, for those good people who are here. Actually, speaking of Iceland, since it is Valentine's Day and it is Iceland, let's do this. I have some canned lava that you will enjoy from Iceland while I'm on my break today. So let's get the music rumbling. For those people who have not yet hit that like button, please do consider doing that. Also, if you are new or sitting in the Lurkers Lounge and you haven't subscribed yet, please do consider subscribing, and that would really, really be awesome. and that's only if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Here comes some Icelandic stuff, if I can get that working. Here we go. Enjoy that. I'll be back. microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. I see a couple more people popped in. Teresa, welcome. Aloha. And Wonky Donkey is on board. Good evening, Trev. And a full circle, Florida, also here. The man who shot down the balloon over Canada with no remorse whatsoever. You bet. Used my airsoft. It came down real easy. Right up there in that Yukon. About 1,000 miles to the north. More than that. Anyway, glad that we're all here. And thank you for the welcome backs from our wonderful people like, let's see, who we got? Mars 2028 and Leo Carlson and Sue and Full Circle Florida and JB and Wonky Donkey and I think I got everybody there. But anyway, Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, DrFox2000. Happy Valentine's Day. And a happy Valentine's Day to you too, Sharon. Thank you. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that little interlude. I thought that was kind of neat to be able to view some of that lavely stuff, and those eyes are staring right at us out of the crater there, and they are crying lava, and that is interesting. Anyway, let's leave that be, and we will go over and take a look at our next wonderful thing. And of course, that is the earthquakes. And there we go. Let's get over there and have a peek at those. I got to get myself on the right page. And yep, 62 earthquakes happening there in our wonderful stuff in Iceland. And yeah, for those who are curious, it's these guys up here that are of a very big interest to a lot of people. Even further up, we had a fairly fresh 2.92, 10 kilometers down, 1:38 a.m. Then we carry on with a 2.68, 10 kilometers down, 1:55 this morning. Then the first one of the threes, 3.58, 1:42 a.m., 10 kilometers down. The next one is a 3.64, 1:45 a.m., and that is also 10 kilometers down roughly. Next one, 3.1, 10 kilometers down, 2 a.m. Next one is a 3.18, 10 kilometers down, 2:33 in the morning. And then we carry on. We've got more here. This was a 2.31, 10 kilometers down, 57 minutes after midnight. 3.07 in magnitude, 10 kilometers down from 1:14 a.m. Next one is from 2:33 a.m., 3.04 in magnitude. And good night all, need to work, LOL. Okay, no worries, Leo. Thanks, Dr. Fox, and all the mods. Appreciate you all as well as everyone else here. Oink oink. Okay, Leo, take care. And that is all awesome. Yeah, all at about 10 kilometers in depth. Correct, Tom. And let's get to the next one here. The last one up in the zone. Again, same depth. 1:11 a.m. 2.83. And now, I do want to stress and point out something. These measurements up here may be slightly low because they have been calculated from the sensors here, and those are quite a distance from that area. I noticed on USGS some of those quakes were actually measured in the 4+ range as far as magnitude is concerned. So that could be something that we can kind of go, yeah, you know, that kind of thing. Anyway, we'll see what happens though, but it is definitely showing some tectonic movement of some sort. Anyway, this is from 1:42 a.m., 2.5, also 10 kilometers down. From 1:14 a.m., 2.5, same thing, 10 clicks. Oh, sorry, that one was 24.7 kilometers down. There's the island of Grimsey, the most northern inhabited point for Iceland, and that is what we see there. The next one would be over here where that little town is. I think it's over here. Anyway, let's take a look at these ones. 9:14 a.m. we had a 0.89, 10 kilometers down. Then we had a 1.64 in magnitude, also 10 kilometers down. 9:14 again. This one from 1815, a 1.2, 5.1 kilometers down. Then we've got this guy here, 1:37 a.m., a 1.36, 10 kilometers down. Let's see what else we've got cooking here. Let's grab these two, a 1.5, 5.3 kilometers down from 1613, and a 1.0, 6.4 kilometers down from 1251. And then we've got, let's see if we can find them here. Go over in that little bay area. Remember, we had that massive swarming here. That seems to have eased up a little bit. So let's take a look at this. From 2020, a 1.7 kilometers down. 1.45 in magnitude, 6.1 kilometers down from 7:26 a.m. And this magnitude 1, 7.9 kilometers down from 22:18, and a 0.74, 12 kilometers down from 2:39 in the morning. And let's continue on, take a look at a few others. We see a 1.2 over here. That is a 0.4 of a kilometer down. 16:15 was the time on it. And then we have a 2 here that are right on top of each other. And that's going to be hard to split them up because one is a 0.2, 6.1 clicks down. And I don't know if we're going to be able to see the other one underneath there. Yep, a 0.9, 2.5 kilometers down from 20 after 2 p.m. There. So that was tough to get that one out of there, but we got them. And sliding down a little bit more, and right around here, we see a bunch of stuff, a swarm as well. And that is always interesting. That is kind of very close to the Astia system. Anyway, that is a 12:53, a 0.6, 1.9 kilometers down. Then we've got a 0.76, 2.7 kilometers down, 3:19 a.m. Next one is a 0.29, and that is 233 meters down, very close to the surface. This one here, 0.37, and I didn't mention the time on that, and that is 5:32. There we go. 9:42 a.m. we had a 0.37, 1 kilometer down for him. Then we've got a 0.88, 3.4 kilometers down from 5:19. Next one over, 2.6, 2.7 kilometers down from 2:35 a.m. Then we've got this one, a 1.05, 1.5 kilometers down from 6:44. Next one is from 8:33 a.m., 0.4, 1.7 kilometers down. And then we've got a 0.91, 3.1 kilometers down from 12:32. And I think I got them all in here. Did I miss this on the one? There's a 1 point something. Yeah, 1.05, 1.5 kilometers down, 6:46 a.m. The 0.4, I think we got that, 1.7 kilometers down, 8:33. Let's go down here, another 0.4. 6.5 kilometers down, 20:46 is the time on that. That is all north of Hedebreit. This one is south. This is a 1.01, 8 kilometers down at 2:26 a.m. for that one. Then we see a 0.49, 6.2 kilometers down, 6:13 a.m. Now getting over to Astia, the thing that's melting, but Astia has been reduced from a yellow back down to a green. I just want to kind of mention that. Although the lake, from what I had seen in the other photo, there was, and unfortunately I didn't get it, the area that was melted was over here. There's a second melt area over here, almost equivalent in size. So we'll see what happens in the near future with Astia, and we'll go from there. Anyway, 10:50 a.m. we had a 0.35, 7.5 kilometers down for him. 0.78, 2.8 kilometers down from 833. This one is a 0.8, 2.9 kilometers down, 1730. Then we've got a 0.84, 4.3 kilometers down, 3:40 a.m. And this one here is a 0.4, 3.1 kilometers down from 5:36 this morning. Let's go down here a little bit more, and let's see what we got. This one looks interesting. Magnitude 1, 7.3 kilometers down, 2221 for him. Good evening, Thor. Glad to have you on board. And let's see, the other one beside it, a 0.9, 1.1 kilometers down from 2145. And that's interesting. And nothing at Bardabunga, but we do have a bunch of activity around Grimsvatn. And let's take a look at this. 0.6, 1.1 kilometers down, 16:35 was the time on that. Then at 16:06 we had a 0.7, 1.1 kilometers down for him. The closest one, also the newest one, 30 minutes after midnight, the new midnight on the 15th, so in my future, and that is a 0.1, 2.4 kilometers down. We also have this one from 2014, 0.3, 3.4 kilometers down for him, and another 0.3, same depth, 3.4 kilometers down from 2014 as well. So, oh, hang on, that's a 0.1. How come we got a 0.3 out of that? That's 3.7 kilometers down from 2131. That double clicking when they're stacked like that, it's hard to get them to come out properly. Anyway, let's keep going here. At Katla, we have a couple of quakes. Let's take the older one first. From 3:30 this morning, a 2.61 surface quake, 135 meters down, possibly some ice shifting. And we have a 0.1, 5.2 kilometers down, and that is from 1819, and that is 5.2 kilometers down. That's a little deeper. Anyway, oh, here's Hekla over here, and see, Hekla is such an easy name, and that's better than this Ayafyalko. Oh, Alex, you make my life hard. Anyway, 2 a.m. we had a 1.2, or sorry, 1.12, 6.7 kilometers down. This 0.1, 5.2, and that was from 1353, and then a 0 from 1329, 8.1 kilometers down. And going over a little more, we got a 0.4, 7.6 kilometers down from 2216, and a 0.3 out here on our wonderful little peninsula where the crab is. Anyway, you had to drive by there to see it. Or is it a lobster? Something like that. Anyway, 1759, a 0.3, and it's 4.1. Yeah, they got a big stuffed crab or lobster hanging on a post there. A huge thing. It's got to be at least 10 meters in size. I don't know. I think I might have shown it in one of the videos that I had. Anyway, 0.3, 8.5 kilometers down from 1757, and a 0.7, 7.9 kilometers down. And that is 17 minutes after 11 p.m. or 23:17. There we get it out. And we are on the Reykjanes Peninsula, of course. There's the capital city of Reykjavik. And of course, this is the Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Yardvik. And of course, down here is Grindavik. And why can't they name it like the Blue Lagoon? I can handle that name. There's the Blue Lagoon, and of course there's the power plant beside it, and we only have one other one out there, and that is out in the water, 1.59, and that is from 7.3 kilometers down, 4:02 a.m. There we go. That was a whole bunch of stuff real quick, and hopefully we'll be able to understand that we've got all kinds of things happening there. It's neat, and these quakes out here are pretty awesome. and looks like most of them are on the North American side of the plate boundary. So very neat. Makes you go wonder what is actually going on there. Anyway, let's leave that be. A quick peek over at our next location, and that is going down the Mid-Atlantic Ridge a little bit further. We will go to our wonderful Azores, and Azores are nice. They grow really sweet bananas there, and yeah, I know it's not quite tropical, but they do grow bananas there in the Azores, and because they're using lava soil, they are absolutely sweet. A little bit more orangey looking than the normal bananas, but that is okay from what I heard. And I have tasted them before. I do have to agree they are sweet. Anyway, let me get on the right screen here with my hamster. There we go. And this is one of the small towns. And of course you can see the water down here with the reflections of the lights of one of the harbors, which is pretty cool. And then of course we can see the Pico Island off in the distance, all the lights there. It's about 18 kilometers across between the two islands. And just to give you a better peek at what it looks like, there it is during the daytime. That was not from today though, just a daytime shot, so you can see what the difference is. And let's go over to our other shot, because we are before midnight. We may be able to see the waves splashing in here. Our carriage has not turned into a pumpkin as of yet. We do see a lot of white water here, and that is indicating that the ocean there is fairly rough. Don't take your little boat out. You need something like a super yacht at least, and that'll be good. Yeah, you don't want to risk any life or limb. And in case you're wondering what that looks like during the day, this is what it is. But then again, that's not from today, just so you know. But that's kind of a nice shot. At least you got the idea of what we're looking at there, because it is all dark. So there you go. And let's take a look how many earthquakes we've had there in the Azores. It's loading up the newer map. And let's see what we've got. So for the 15th, oh, nothing on the 14th. This is already on the 15th in the future. And we've got a 1.5 from 24 minutes after the magic midnight hour. And since they've already flipped their clock, so that's where they're at with it. And that is on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge if you want to say it in Portuguese. There you can see Pico Island, Fayal Island, Terceira over here, and Santa Cruz da Graciosa, if I said it right. I never mentioned this island. I'm going to call it Santa Cruz. It's easier. Anyway, going to the other map though, let's take a look and see what the other one has got in store. I'm going to have to refresh that one, unfortunately, so we get a better view. Hang on, that's not refreshed. There we go. Now we got it refreshed. And we'll get rid of some of those commercials, and we'll make that map a little bit bigger so we can see what's going on. Alright, so we definitely see this one here on São Jorge, and that's where it was 16 minutes ago. 2.0 is what it's indicating, and again, that's Pico Island, Fayal Island, Terceira over here. So São Jorge right there. We did see the other quake further down here, San Miguel Island, and there is this one. It is a 2.0 14 hours ago, and that came in at a depth of approximately 5 kilometers. So those are the only two that we are seeing there. Oh, the other one did come in fairly deep as well, 7 kilometers. I didn't realize that. That's fairly deep. All right, that gives us a pretty good idea of what is happening there. I'm going to zoom that map back out a little bit, just so you can see where we're at. And there you can kind of see there's the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, of course, and the East Azores Fault. There's Iceland right there. So Newfoundland, and here's Sue waving at us from Nova Scotia. And I don't know where that Irish monk is. He's mucking around over there. I think he's out looking for goats or something. Hopefully he's okay. And of course, England and Portugal and Spain and Morocco and the Canary Islands right in here. So that is pretty cool, pretty awesome. And let's see, we'll put you back to some lava there. It is almost break time, so I am going to say, hey, hit that magic thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you have not yet hit the subscribe button and you feel we've earned it, by all means, give it a quick bump. Don't forget to hit that bell notification while you're there. And on that friendly note, I'm your host here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm DrFox2000. And of course, you are watching VolcanoX live stream. When we come back from the break, we'll have our bacon seeds. Maybe a couple extra ones today because it is Valentine's Day. And happy Valentine's Day to every one of you. And I'll be back. Keep smiling. Play nice in the lava, okay? Don't hurt yourselves. I'll be back. And that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028, and Sue Hayes and Sarah Miles putting up a microphone. And I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Scott. And Teresa and Full Circle Florida, aka Florida 360. And there we go. And yep, reading your comments there, C&D boy. It's about time they put those in. And you know, it's not the guys going too fast. Typically, most of the truck drivers are doing a good job at maintaining speeds and things like that. It's once in a while we do see a rotten apple in the basket, but what it is a lot of them are going over hours. And when you get a tired trucker, that is, you might as well just let the truck drive by itself and unattended. Anyway, next on our lovely list of volcanoes is the place where we like to go. And I'm not going to go over to Fuego or those other ones just yet. We're going to go look at bacon seeds. How about that? I think everyone will agree. It is a bacon seed time. So let's start out with the last one from yesterday. And of course, Piggy was really busy. And the Piggy got us a whole bunch. There she is. She's working away on that computer. And she got us a whole bunch of new bacon seeds. Or different ones. Anyway, I was kind of trying to figure this out. This does not compute. This is not a Valentine's piggy. This is a rabbit and a cockatoo or something like that. But I thought, hey, why not? Let's show that anyway. That is a pretty nice looking rabbit and a wonderful bird. Oh, hang on, that's not a rabbit. That's a pretend rabbit. It's a cockatiel. Oh yeah, it is a cockatiel, a birdie, and the rabbit. Okay, something weird is happening. Mars 2028. Those are from a different planet. Don't worry, you'll get used to those, especially once you get onto Mars. Anyway, next one is this little guy. And look at how small this little bacon seed is. Now, this is a true bacon seed. I mean, that is as little as you can get. And I have to really say, hey, that is absolutely awesome. And a little smoky is kind of what the blanket says there. That is an awesome little bacon seed, you guys. And let's carry on to the next one. And here's more festive. And this one has got a heart in the background there. My eyes aren't open even open yet. Yeah, the eye a little bit, but they can see. They know that they're in good hands. One Fish 26, we see you sneaking around there. Cats and dogs are living together. What next? Rabbits and cockatiels. How about that? Next thing you know, we're going to have more bacon seeds. This one looks kind of, I don't know, maybe it looks a little meanish. It's got a sinister look on its face, but a smirk at that. So pretty awesome. And definitely a little bit on the bacon seed side. Next one is this. What? Hogs and kisses. There's your Valentine's Day stuff. Hogs and kisses. There we go. That makes more sense. And let's continue on here. The next one is this one. And wearing a heart collar. That is an absolutely wonderful picture. And a very pink snout. And a beautiful heart hanging on its collar. That is really nice. And yep, Piggy did a wonderful job with these. Next one is this one. And I think we might have seen that before, but hey, these are kissy pigs, so why not? I mean, they can do what they need to. I think these we may have in a different shot here as well. That's okay. We like those. These are now famous. Yep, they are indeed. So let's go to the next one. By the way, I like that. One's got a bow tie, the other one's got a big, I don't know what you call that, big tie. The bow tie looks like a tuxedo type thing, and then the big bow that's there on the one on the right is kind of, yeah, a ribbon tie or something. Yeah, it's a ribbon. All right. Next one is this one. Why did the farmer give his What did the farmer give his wife for Valentine's Day? Hogs and kisses. So a little bit of fun there, and enjoy your hogs and kisses. What do pigs do with what? Question mark, X question mark. What do pigs have to do with volcanoes? Volcanoes have a lava flow. Lava flow looks like bacon, and the bacon, of course, comes from bacon seeds. And where do we get a bacon from? From little pigs. Anyway, happy Valentine's Day, and that is what we've got. So that is awesome. And the happy Valentine's Day, everyone. And let's go to our next one. And here's some snout bopping. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. There we go. And we've got 2 more to go. This one, oh, hang on. This is an imposter. This is not a pig. I don't think it is, but it's a Valentine's nonetheless. And that is pretty awesome. And we've got one last bacon seed, hopefully. And it happens to be a white bunny, and it is a Valentine's Day thing as well. So hopefully you guys enjoyed those, and thank you, Piggy, for sending those in, and we love that, and it's all good. Let's see if we can get to our next volcanoes, and I think I may have something I have to fix real quick here, because that didn't look right. Let's just check here. Yep, something wrong with this picture. Let's go to Popocatépetl here for a second and fix this up. This is on Sakurajima for some reason, and not sure what happened, but that may have been something I missed from yesterday. But let's fix that up real quick. There we go, and we'll get that fitting a little bit better. Here we go. So back to our volcanoes, and actually let's leave that one for a second. Let's go to Popocatépetl first in Mexico, and we'll get that a little sharper. There we go. And that is what we're seeing right now. That is live from Popocatépetl. If we back up a little bit, we want to see some of the plumes coming out. This was earlier today at 1826. Didn't have any lava expulsion from this, just basically off-gassing. And it was doing that quite a bit during the course of the day, and continued to off-gas a lot. And I'm just trying to see if we can find any reasonable sized eruptions. Most of it was just little puffs like this, and I don't know if it's kind of calmed down or simmered down a little, but we'll see. Maybe earlier this morning. What was this one here? Yeah, this one was kind of with the haze and the angle of the sun was hard to see. 7:54 a.m. is what we had there. And let's see what the next one is. Going back into the nighttime, it was relatively quiet, so it's hard to say what's to be expected from this. 3:44 a.m. is kind of what we had there. You see very small plumes coming out, nothing major. 3:45. Let's go ahead a few seconds here and try to locate it. There's the little puff that came out. 3:46 a.m. Nice stars in the background and everything, but no lava from it as per se. So relatively quiet, other than off-gassing today. Not too much happening there at Popocatépetl, and that is approximately 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. And next one, of course, that we like looking at is Fuego, and we were already peeking at that. You can see the candle is lit. You can also see some photographers in a very dangerous position over here up on the hill. A little close, but I don't know, they'll live and learn once they get hit with a chunk of tephra the size of a Toyota. And it'll be interesting. Let's see if we can see this puff here. Let's just get it up there a little bit more. You've seen a tiny little puff of lava, but nothing too major. This, of course, is from 1850, so a few minutes back. And you can see a few more. I'm advancing it 5 seconds at a time to expedite it. And you can see a little bit more of an eruption there, flowing out and upward. You can see some of that tephra and lava hitting the top of the cone. This one wasn't a very big one, so, you know, very small, right around sunset time. And if we go back, we did have one that was just about right at sunset. Let's see if we can stuff the genie back in the bottle here and see if there was any lava expulsion. And that is kind of a nice looking shot, though, with the blue up in the top and the nice golden horizon. And no lava visible from this particular eruption. Now, we know that Fuego there in Guatemala does erupt sometimes very, very explosively, and it can be really nasty, and some of the outputs can be very heavy duty. So let's see, daytime shots aren't as good because you can't see as well, depending on how rough it is out there. This one, of course, from 17:15 or 5:15 p.m. their time. You can see some of that tephra or lava bombs kind of dropping off the side of the hill. And of course that puff of smoke. I'm just trying to see if we got some bigger ones in here. And I really didn't have too much time to look at it today. I was working on some other projects. So this is a little bit bigger one here. But we did have some cloud kind of covering up some of the things, and again, if we expedite it, you can see that plume was very large, and you see it coming up fairly high. So, and that is all good. And yep, lots of stuff going up there, but also battling the clouds. And earlier it was hit and miss between the clouds. And let's see if we can find what else we've got here. What's going on with the picture? No video. Oh, their camera was broken for a while. And there we go. This one is from 9:27 a.m. and expediting that a little bit by advancing it. We see it was quite a plume, very dark, of course, a lot of tephra material in there, and that kind of gives us what we're looking at. And let's see how far back we can go, see anything more major. Yeah, we do have one more here before the clock gets back to that 12-hour mark. That's all we can go back, of course. And there it is. And that one was a fairly heavy blast. You can see some of the tephra and lava materials dropping down on the sides here, and definitely creating some flow down the side of the hill. You can see some of those chunks and the dust that it's raising on the mountain itself. And of course, this thing is 12,264 feet in height, and that is, I don't know, 4,600 some meters or something like that. Definitely getting up there in height, but hang on, is that the right height? Divide by 3 roughly. Yeah, somewhere thereabouts. So pretty awesome shots, but no really special ones today. So that is pretty good. That is a serious mountain. Yeah, you don't want to be too close to it. You know, at some of the nights we see, when I'm watching, we see the camera people up in here with their flashlights. And of course, some of the bigger eruptions that I've recorded, I watched the tephra come out, and it actually lands way over here. And some of those big chunks, and I mean, when I was saying the size of a Toyota, I wasn't kidding. Some of them lava drops that happen here, the lava bombs, those are big chunks. And if you're over here, you're in the line of fire. You really, really are. You know, you're taking a big risk being here. Even here on the precipice of this hill, you end up being a very good target. A lot of people are actually coming over from the trails there, coming over this way on the side a little bit, and taking the shots and getting some very nice shots. So that is kind of it on what we've got there for our Fuego. That is in Central America, of course, and Guatemala. Next shot up, of course, is a still shot from Messiah volcano. Messiah, of course, being in Nicaragua. It's got a very deep pit. The first drop down, a couple hundred meters. Second drop down, another couple hundred meters. And you don't want to fall in. The first drop will kill you. The second one will just get rid of you if you make it that far. And let's refresh that one, see if we see any glow of lava. There it is. That is what you'd fall into down in the bottom of that particular caldera, and it would not be a happy ending. Simple as that. So that's what we've got there for right now. Thanks for the 5-minute warning. They're fools, DrFox2000. Yep. You know, to try to get a decent shot, I'd rather put a longer lens on the camera body, and would be good. I wish you all a good and a blessed night. Thank you, Dr. Fox. Maria Lima, good night, and you take care, and all the best to you. Have some lovely dreams, and we'll see you next time you're in. Please don't forget to come back. We don't mind having you here at all. And excellent. So let's carry on to our next volcano. And again, something has gone awry with my software again. That is not the right volcano that we're supposed to be looking at. This is supposed to be, let's get this straightened out here. Boy, something has changed with my software. Why did it do that all by itself? And it wasn't supposed to. Let's do this really quickly and keep everyone happy. This must have happened just before I started, because I was checking on these earlier and they were definitely showing up. And let's get that one. And that's the wrong volcano. That's Semeru. Darn it! I grabbed the wrong one. Let's try that again. Actually, I'm going to just double check and make sure Semeru is working. I'm going to copy that, and we'll go to the Semeru scene for a second and see. Yeah, Semeru was working, of course. Just this one here wasn't. And of course, that is supposed to be Merapi. So Merapi is always got trouble and doesn't always make us happy. We'll see what we can find here real quick. Where the heck is Merapi? Oh, there it is. I found Merapi. And I don't know why it changed the pictures on me. Actually, we'll do all this and then find out that Merapi was in the clouds all day long, which is not a surprise. There's Merapi. So let's delete some of these other things so I can continue on with what I'm doing here. And hit that delete button, and then we will try to recapture the other one as well, just for that screen, and that should work about there for Merapi itself. And let's see, oh, maybe I'm going to stretch that just a tad. There we go. Okay, let's back up a bunch and see how our clouds looked for today. And yeah, that was in the clouds. I think that might have been something. Yep, in the clouds 6 hours ago, in the clouds 7 hours ago. Yep, and yeah, all that work, and it was in the clouds all day long, so we won't see it anyway. That's always a drag. Anyway, so Merapi isn't going to make us happy, unfortunately. Let's move on and go over to our next one, and we'll take a look there, make that a little bit bigger. And there is Ruapehu in New Zealand, Mount Ruapehu, and that is on the North Island of New Zealand. It too has the fun thing of clouditis. Now we know that big storm is still brewing off the coast of the northern portions of New Zealand, so this is to be expected and not really a surprise. And I kind of figured that is what was going to happen. So not going to worry about that one, but it does look like it has a few open patches of sunshine poking through every once in a while. That's probably good for them. Let's take a look at the chart for our other one, and that is a Taupo. And a Taupo, if we open it up and take a look, and there we can see we did have some heavy activity yesterday, and that may have been because of that storm, but we do still see a fairly high level of activity today. Some spikes in here indicating some small tremors, and a fairly raised state of noise showing up. You know, no noise or a little is over here from like the 21st or something like that, but we are up a little bit as far as the level is concerned. So possibly something rumbling underneath that wonderful Taupo. And let's go over and take a look at what it looks like there today. And of course, this is the caldera of Taupo, is the entire lake, and you can see it stretches for miles and miles, or kilometers and kilometers. Unfortunately, back here where Ruapehu is, you can't see it, but you can see all those clouds. So that is what we've got going on there. This shot, of course, is courtesy of Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo, and that is awesome to see. On that friendly note, it is break time, and we will get back to having a quick break. I'll put you back into Hawaii for right now, let you look at some lava, and I am going to take that break, and let's see if I'm doing a little maintenance here before I disappear. And don't go away, more to come for those good people who are here. If you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. And that would be awesome if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Keep smiling, play nice on the lava, and I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on, and I see a couple more people popped in. And good night to Tom and Pepper, and welcome to let's see, Joseph Fields, Texas, as well as who was it? That Brian Rockwell fan? Yep, it was. Welcome. Glad to have you on board. Thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Sue Hayes and Teresa and JB. Appreciate that, you guys. And let's continue on with our wonderful show. Next volcano up for grabs, of course, was that very cloudy looking Samaru that we were just looking at as I was trying to get things working. And of course, that is what we've got going on there. Now, I'm kind of suspicious here when I look at this because we are not seeing any cloud over here. Is this maybe something that has come down the mountain and created a cloud of ash or perhaps a pyroclastic flow of some sort? Because otherwise we'd see some clouds coming in on this side. It doesn't make much sense to me. Let's go back in time a little bit and see if we can figure this out, or if it was just remnants of clouds moving by. And yeah, I think it might have been just the clouds, or maybe a combination of the both of them. Looks more like just the clouds kind of hanging on and lingering there. If we go back a little bit further, we do see some other cloud activity, and then it does get into the clear somewhat at 7:02 a.m. That's not too bad. We can actually see it for a change, and that wasn't too bad. Scanning back here though, trying to see if there was more eruptive activity, or if it's just moisture. Yeah, it looks like it's just moisture blowing over top of that volcano. You can see it raining over here. So it is, of course, a rainy season there in the Indonesian area and the Philippines. So it's tough to see the volcano at certain points in time. I do know, though, if we go back to the right spots, we will see some stuff. And this should be about one of them here. And actually we did have a couple of times. Let's see if we can back this up just a little bit more. And I think it was under cloud, so it's going to be difficult to see what actually happened there to generate this lava that was coming down. But there was, they didn't have it zoomed in at that point in time. It's hard to see sometimes, so let's see what they've got. And of course we are subject to what they show. Oh, hang on, that is completely jumped out of place here. No wonder I can't find it. It happens sometimes. Okay, this is yeah, that's just about it, I think. Where was it zoomed in here? Let me see if where they did the zoom in. Anyway, that was one of the spots where they were zoomed in a little bit. But I want to go back to a specific one that I seen earlier. And I think that's about 20, no, this is, oh, okay, this one is one of them. Let's see if we can back that up without it jumping completely. And I want to get back to where the blast actually happened. And that is, I did it to me again. It loves doing that for some reason on this one. Okay, let's go forward a little bit, and then it's going to be misbehaving. 23:44 is the time I'm looking for. We did have that 23:11, a little bit there, but we had clouds move into the way, and then let's see if we get to 23:42. There you can start to see a little bit of that lava coming down, and let's expedite that a little bit to get it to 44. And you can see those clouds, of course, playing games with us. So it's unfortunate. There's the blast. Yeah, right there. You can see it in the cloud. Of course, you can see it lighting up fairly decently, and you can see some of that lava being thrown out, some lava bombs. Unfortunately, it's difficult to see when you've got a cloud in the way, and that makes life a little bit tougher. So it's what it is. But hey, you know, we're used to this in the volcano watching world. We see this all the time, and it happens too many times, unfortunately. And we do like watching the lava, though. It does flow nicely. I want to find that other spot, though. Let me see if I can locate it here, where we had a significant amount of lava. And that would have been right around here somewhere. If we can back that up, and there it is. Let's see if we can. Oh, it just did it to me again. Why does it do that? It doesn't love me today. YouTube is not loving me. Anyway, there we go. 27 minutes after should be about the right spot. We should be able to see that plume up here in a second. And let's watch that for a few seconds here. I'm going to try not to push any buttons. There we go. And you see the eruption. And 26 minutes after midnight at their time locally, on the 15th, of course, and that is in our future. And there you can see some of that lovely lava bacon coming down the hill. And there you go. And again, it's split up into kind of two paths, so we know that there's still a divider rock in there kind of keeping them separate, and then of course down lower it rejoins together. Pretty awesome to see that. So we definitely have a little bit of a bacon there, and nice to see that from about 26 minutes after midnight. Pretty awesome, pretty cool, and I hope you guys like that. Of course, that's what we go hunting for, is that bacon, and there you go. A little bit more bacon to satisfy your tastes today. And let's see, what else we got going on? People stopped talking in the chat, or did my chat box freeze up? I haven't seen it move for a couple minutes. I think, oh, there it goes. Semiru, view is awesome. Thanks for the lava. Okay, well, yes, it is. What? Right, Robert and Chandel, easy on the emojis. You know, you're only allowed 5 emojis, okay? I know it's Valentine's Day and you're trying to be cute and smart, but let's, a heart for everyone, yeah. But let's go easy on these emojis, limit of 5, please. And that would be awesome. Anyway, let's carry on with what we've got. So going back a little bit further, I don't know if there was any other really major eruptions. We had a lot of steam and stuff in the way, clouds, etc. So hard to see. And that, of course, getting back to about 5 p.m. at their time the day before. And again, back to the smoke, or sorry, a steam scenario there. If we put it back to live, it looks just about the same at 8:50 a.m. So it's not a lot different. I did take a look to see if Madame Rutsa had all working, but she did not. And we will go do the reports here on this other one, and this is, and I'm going to try that name again, and I swear somebody from Iceland went down there and named this. It's Tangkuban Perahu, a volcano in West Java, Indonesia, and it's a glow visible at night. Analysis ruled out a batch of a new magma. So if they ruled out new magma, then hey, he got it. Thanks, Sue. Anyway, if they ruled out new magma, the only other explanation, it's a UFO creating the glow. On February 9th, a glow has been visible from the Ikoma crater, and okay, on the next day, the PVMBG volcanologists carried out a field research to detect thermal measurements in the evening between 19 and 2000 local time. The investigation results ruled out a flux of magma within the volcano and is not related to the glow. This may be may better indicate heated fluid movement of gas or or water beneath the crater area, causing ground vibrations detected on the seismograph. So yeah, crater measured at 105 degrees Celsius. CO2 and H2S gases did not show any signs of elevation during January 1st to February 11th. So interesting stuff. And when we take a look at that picture, let me see if I can reduce that. There we go. And that is their thermal cam. It's got to be a UFO sitting in there or something. I don't know what else to say. Brian Rock Railfan, you take care, and we'll see you, and all the best to you. Thermal cam pointing out of the glow within the crater, and yeah, you can see the glow. I don't know why they've got the crosshairs in there. I think they're going to shoot at it or something, but they're definitely indicating the temperature areas. 63 degrees Celsius, 89.7, and 105 in the third shot. So very, very interesting to see the temperature fluctuation. Let's see what else they've got here. Graphic of that particular one. That, of course, is in not Filipino, in Indonesian language, so I'm going to leave that go. But here we see what's going on. February 1st, the activity there has diminished from what it was previously. So there you go. And other fine pictures, some interesting stuff that is on there. And back to the original. All right, the next volcano on the list is Bromo. And Bromo is also on Java Island. It's in East Java. Strong degassing continues. A glow visible at night. And you can definitely see that glow within the crater. And glowing steam from the summit crater at Bromo, a volcano, on the night of the 12th of February. So that is pretty awesome. And this is the same crater showing during the daylight hours. You can definitely see it's got a lot of off-gassing happening, and pretty cool to see that. And that really does look like kind of a moonscape there with, you know, the other volcanoes all around it and stuff. Scary place. And Javanese, it's a Javanese. Is that what they speak there? Javanese? Oh boy, that's going to be really complicated. I thought it was an offshoot of Icelandic. Javanese. Okay, time for a snack. I'd love one. Here's some more thermal camera pictures of that. Camera pointing into the crater floor of Bromo. And we can see the differences there, where you definitely see some heat going on the inside there. and very cool to see the photos. Really awesome. And here's a Bromo from the satellite image on the okay, from a satellite image to the left. Yep, looks pretty awesome. And there we go. You can see Bromo volcano, and then you can see Batok right over there. And that's the other one in that area. And I'm not sure what the other ones are right in that location, but those have long been quiet. So the active one here, Bromo. And let's see what else we got. People camping on the beach. And yeah, I wouldn't want to be standing where that guy took that picture from, and that's a little too close. And that is all cool. It's all connected. Yep, it's all connected. Don't be too close. If you're seeing this in your camera view, you're too close, in my opinion. Yeah, if you see that coming out of that volcano, those are lava bombs. And that's other stuff. And back to the original. So that is pretty cool. While we're at this point, I do have a couple minutes. We will read the volcano report real quick. And we'll go over this. So from a Monday, late Monday activity, we had 5 volcanoes. Semeru erupted to 15,000 feet, or 4,600 meters at 23:15. Fuego, light volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet, or 4,600 meters at 2,200. Sakurajima exploded at to 7,000 feet. And that would be, what is that, about 2,200, 2,300 meters roughly at 2,200. Suwanoshi-jima exploded to 5,000 feet at 2,100 last night. And prior to that, it also exploded to 5,000 feet again at 1,800. 7 Kaya intermittent ash emissions, or intermittent emissions from 1950. And then today we had from 7 Kaya sporadic volcanic ash to 25,000 feet, or 7,600 meters at 13:30. Intermittent emissions from earlier in the morning there to 24,000 feet, or 7,300 meters at 7:15. Sakurajima also erupted at to 6,000 feet at 12:30 yesterday. And then volcanic ash emissions not identified at 6 a.m. on the satellite image. Kerinci over on Sumatra erupted, reporting by ground observers at 12:30. And then Cotopaxi, volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters at 11:30. And this yesterday morning, I guess, something like that. And oh no, today. Sorry, this morning. And then volcanic ash emissions observed to 21,000 feet at midnight. And this Tangkuban Parahu, I hope I don't catch any of that, erupted at 10 a.m. roughly. Fuego continued volcanic ash observed to 15,000 feet, or 4,600 meters at 9:45 a.m. And of course, Broma, the one we just looked at there, at 8:28 a.m. is when they basically got that stuff going. Popocatépetl, volcanic ash emissions observed to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, 3:30 a.m. Suwanoshi-jima had a couple more pops there, and both up to about 6,000 feet at 1,500 or 15:30 and 3 a.m. Revendador, discrete volcanic discrete volcanic ash emissions to 13,000 feet or 4,000 meters at 2 a.m. There we go. And that takes care of that report. Let's get you back on some lava. It is time for a break. I need that break. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button and you're enjoying the show, please give it a quick bop. Help us out. We're trying to get over that 100 mark with our likes. That's when the YouTube analytics really do take off. Also, if you're watching and you have not yet subscribed, if you're a lurker, please do consider hitting that subscribe button. And don't forget to hit the bell notification just so you don't miss any shows. We've now got one bunny eating. The other bunny is still in the yard eating grass as well, just so you know. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where it is kind of having the occasional snowflake. So I'm hoping that we're not going to get snowed upon. I'll be back in about 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Keep smiling, be nice, and play nice in the lava. I'll be back. And there we go. I've got that microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And let's see. Thanks for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars and JB. And I'm sure that Sharon Stewart's going to say, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. With her, she's probably got chocolates in her mouth from her heart-shaped box of chocolates. I'm kidding. It's all good. Anyway, let's carry on with our wonderful stream. And there she goes. And she's not sharing those chocolates with us, though, is she? I'm kidding. It's all good. It's all good. It was a long lag. Sorry. Hopefully you'll get that figured out. Anyway, let's go over to our next volcano on the list. And that, of course, is... let's see. Which one do we want to go to first? And I know last time I did this, I wanted to make sure I went to the right one. Because it stalled when we did this. So I'm going over to Sakurajima in Japan, and there we are. That is a Sakurajima volcano, and hopefully that isn't going to be lagging too much. We did see that it kind of popped earlier, and we want to take a look at that. Let's see, right around here, I think, is when it was coming out a little heavy. And we definitely see some ash plume. We see some birds there at 10 something in the morning. Vultures of some sort. Not our regular birds that we see in the morning. Anyway, a close-up cam, if we go, let's see, hang on, what time was that? At 10:21? Let's move it back to 10:21 on this one as well. That's about an hour ago or so. Let's take a look there on the close-up crater cam. We can see extra gas coming out of that front vent that hadn't erupted for a while, but let's see if we can get to the other one here. We may not be able to see anything from this one because of the direction of where it's going, and yeah, it's going to be impossible to see. So let's go from this one, and we do see that it is a pretty heavy ash plume coming out, and it was doing that for quite some time. So it is active. It's definitely doing stuff. Going back a little ways, here's from 9:20, same kind of thing going on. So definitely did its thing. And hey, Grenzed is here. Welcome. And I was lagging. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, never mind the lagging part. I was just trying to keep up with comments. And going back a little bit further even, we see more of that ash plume. So been very busy this morning as far as Sakurajima is concerned. It's kind of continuously been off-gassing, and most of it happened right around here. Where is it? About this point where it started to getting a little bit more violent, and that was just around 8:30ish, and we've seen more activity from it at that point. You can see the increase of a gray in that whitish plume. So definitely a lot more ash material in there, and it kept on coming. A lot slower eruption than what we normally see, and not so explosive. If we go back, we should be able to see some birds here at around 7. Yep, and there's some birds flying around, and some fishing boat activity. Everybody's going out to go get some fish, and that is cool for a Monday. Anyway, that is what we were seeing. If we go back into the night, didn't see too much of a glow or anything during the night. Everything was kind of hazy and cloudy right there, so I couldn't tell what was really going on. And there you go. You do see the stars up in the sky, but nothing coming. Well, we see that there's smoke coming from the volcano, but not able to see any decisive glow of any type or anything. And if we go further back even, you can see that the wind was blowing it in the off to the left here. So pretty cool, but no glow. So likely not a lot of exposed lava right there. And then again, further back at 20 or 10:26 p.m. their time last night, we didn't see anything there. And more of the same from about just about 7 p.m. their time. So that's kind of what we had there. Let's take a quick look. The ice cream boats are there, so if you want to get an ice cream, now is your opportunity. And just remember, down that road, down here at the lights, hang a left and go down to the dock. You'll see the ice cream stand set up there for you. And you can also get that wonderful stuff. I tried to identify those birds by searching online. No luck. I am going to see if I can bug my friend E.T. and see if E.T.-san can maybe identify those for us. He lives in Japan. He's a Japanese fellow, so he may know what they are. Mind you, he lives a lot further up north. Well, he's just south of Tokyo by a few kilometers, but it would be interesting to find out what they are. I'm always fascinated with that. I mean, I'm not a bird watcher in that sense, you know, nothing serious, but I do like to take a look at some of the weird ones. You know E.T. Too, Dr. Foz? E.T.-san? Yeah. E.T., E.J., E.G. I do know him. I've known him for years. For, what, 4 years? Or thereabouts? JB, yep, quite a while. Actually, he's a mod for us. He can pop in here. He doesn't like to do much modding stuff because his English is not very good. It's getting better though, but I made him a mod a long time ago. So he is a mod here. Yep, he is, definitely. He can be here or over in the bunny stream, and he's a good guy. Don't have any problems with him at all. Anyway, let's carry on so you guys can run down, get that ice cream, and do your thing. Next volcano on our list, of course, is this one, which is Suwanosejima. Suwanosejima continues to do its thing, and during the night, well, you can see right here, it's definitely got some volcanic ash going up and throwing it up from the primary caldera here. E.T. phone home, yes. E.T. is a good guy. And let's see, if we go back a little ways to about 5 hours ago, you can actually see the glow of the lava that is in that caldera. Although you don't see any lava splashing out, you can certainly see the discoloration it caused in the cloud. And, oh, hang on, we do have a puff or a plume right in here. Let's see, there you go. You can see that coming up. And you can definitely see that the bottom of that plume is glowing, and the other areas over here as well with that mighty fine orangey color. So you know there is lava in there. And if we go back a little bit further, you can definitely notice it if you haven't already. That is just about 4 a.m. there at Suwanosejima. And definitely a big glow, so there is lava happening. We did have another blast come out of there. I'm just trying to get back to where it would be a prominent. There's also cloud in the way, so it's hard to tell, but you can definitely see it was lighting up the sky and getting some of that up there. And you can see some of the off pluming or off gassing up top here from that plume. So pretty cool to see. And yeah, let's see. I don't know if we can find a better spot. No, that's about it. So definitely some activity going on there. And that is always cool. Let's put it back to live. So Suwanosi Jima, active, definitely. Next one on our list, of course, is this beautiful one. This is Aso volcano, located a little further north from, it's still in the southern parts of Japan, but it is a little further north from Sakurajima, and probably a couple hundred kilometers up there, further north, maybe 150 or something. But a lot of steam coming out of there, as you can see. That plume, very heavy. And that, of course, because we've got clouds and overcast, it's definitely a little hard to tell exactly how much is coming out of there. But it's a good indicator that that floor in that caldera has heated up quite a bit, heating up that lake water. And then what could happen is if we one would get a decent earthquake and crack that floor, we would have pyroclastic explosions, or pre-magmatic explosions is actually the proper term there, where the water hits the magma and we get that series of big booms. Yep, the big boomer, and we'd see progressive booms. Depending on how much water hits the magma, and of course that is what we see. And going back a little bit in time, even earlier today, if we go back about an hour, about the same kind of activity. It was raining there though, so and that of course helps refill the bowl, and that is acting like a big bowl. And if we take a look at this here, you can see how much rain was coming down, maybe even a little bit of snow by the looks of it. So rain and a snow mix there from what I see in the parking lot on the ground. So yep, definitely a little on the cooler side. That's why it's all white there. Interesting. So they've got a little bit of snow, and hopefully that'll be okay. I put that back on live, or almost live. There we go, that is live. So let's leave that one be. Next one on our list is Yellowstone National Park, and Yellowstone is pretty quiet right now. We aren't seeing a heck of a lot. I'm just doing some maintenance in the background here, and that's why you're seeing that mouse pop all over the place. The ice cream boats have not left yet, so you can still get your ice cream. Anyway, this is Yellowstone National Park, and of course it's after business hours, 7:23 p.m. there, and that's kind of what we're seeing. Parking lot is empty. We did see some people doing some observations earlier there. This morning it was snowing there, and it lightened up a little bit. And they did have some visitors there in the park, so pretty cool to see. And that's all for right now. Let's get over to our earthquake map, and we'll start going through our worldwide earthquakes. We'll see what we've got here real quick. I'll start out in up in the northern Aleutian Islands. Don't see anything major. We do see a couple little tiny spots, 2.6 near Kodiak from 1857, 31.2 kilometers down for that. Really small quake. Here on the Juan Fuca plate, we do see a 3.6, and that is not too far away from our wonderful places where they had the shakers before. And well, it's actually quite a ways out. Let's not worry about it. I don't think they would have even noticed that one. Anyway, that is 3.6 from 10:40 a.m., 16 kilometers down. Here's a red spot, 2.3, new, what is it, Idira, California. and nothing major there. As long as we keep seeing small quakes in there, it tells you that the plates are shifting up properly and nothing is binding. And of course we do see all the way down here, this is the end of basically the end of the San Andreas fault, and then on this side of the lake, this is the Imperial fault taking over. And let's zoom out a little bit, and I'll take a look right here. 4.2 of Nicaragua, and that's what we're seeing there. 3:31 a.m., 35 kilometers down. And this one here, right on the Cocos plate and the Aztec plate boundary. 4.5 is the size of that. South Panama is what they're calling it. 9:28 a.m., 10 kilometers down for him. We see a couple more here. One in Argentina, 4.3 from 12:46, 211.9 kilometers down. And then the other one, 4.7 in Chile from 119.5 kilometers down. 11:02 was the time on that one. Nothing over here in the South Sandwich Islands. Moving over real quick, and we see a little one here on the Kermadec Ridge, 4.8, 8:08 a.m., 39.6 kilometers down. Next one over is a Fiji area, and they call that a 4.7. 16:05 was the time on it, 5:28 a.m. Next one, Fiji again, 4.9. 9:33 this morning, and 553.3 kilometers down. And then a much bigger one, 5.3 out here in Tonga at 15:22, 159.9 kilometers down. Then north of Fiji, actually northwest I should say, about 4.9 there. 16:21 was the time on it, 10 kilometers down. Indonesia, on nothing on Java or Sumatra. We do see this one here. That is a 5.0 from yesterday at 23:02, and 101.5 kilometers down. Next one is a 4.6. That is from 10 a.m. at 10 kilometers down. Nothing in Taiwan going up, and we do see this one off the coast of Japan, 4.5, and that is from yesterday at 20:08, 10 kilometers down. And then up here in the Coral Island area, that is a 4.5 from 18:32, 35 kilometers down. Let's take a quick look at Hawaii and see what they've got cooking. Hey, we see some quakes over here near but not at Kilauea, and also one up on top of Mauna Loa. Nothing new in the other places. This one is a 1.8 from 10:48, 39.7 kilometers down. That's quite a ways down. Let's grab these ones in the Pahala area. They're all between 26 and 37 kilometers down. So we'll just go with sizes here. 2.0 from 7:23. Next one is a 2.3 from 16:50. Then the latest one here, a 1.8 from 19:10. A larger one, 3.4 from 9:42. And we'll get the water ones first. 1.9 from 15:35, and then this 2.2 from 3:51 in the morning. This one is a 1.8 on near Pahala, and that is from 20:55 yesterday. This one here is 1.6, yesterday's as well, from 23:09. Next one, 2.0 from 17:44, and 2.1 from 7 minutes after midnight. And then we've got a 2.2 from yesterday at 23:05, and also a 2.7 from 7:58 a.m. This guy here, 2.3 from 17:39. And 2.6 from 18:20, and that guy here 1.7 from 1626, and one more from 2.3 from 1345. What's the quake about New Jersey all about? We'll find that out in a minute. Let's take a look at this one, 1.7. Here's Kilauea, and this is down the slopes. I'm wondering if we're going to see something pop out here. All that lava in there's got to go somewhere. And so, 5 minutes after midnight, 3.6 kilometers down for that guy. That's below sea level. And this one is 2.4, and that is 1.9 kilometers below sea level, 5:16 a.m. For him, 2.3 from 10:14, 1.5 kilometers down as well. So that kind of gives you what we've got. The one up here in Mauna Loa from 10:48 a.m. We already talked about him, so that gives you a pretty good idea. You say there was a quake in New Jersey. Is that the one? No, this is in Virginia. I don't see any in New Jersey. What's the quake near New Jersey? Well, this one is Virginia Beach. I hope that's talking about. Well, maybe you look on the other map. We do have this brand new one out here on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, 5.1 from 1913 and 10 kilometers down. On the far away, it looked like New Jersey. That one will do. Well, we'll check the other map, Sharon. No worries. Anyway, I'm going to stop there. So we got basically through to Fiji and those areas and these guys, and all the way up through the Corral. So the Pacific is done. We'll come back after the break and we'll take a look at these, and then we'll check the other map and see if there was something else happening there as well. Did want to point this guy out, a 5.6 in Romania. There's actually the other one that was underneath it here, a 5.0 that also happened. We'll talk about those when we get back from the break. And so for right now, I'm your host, DrFox2000, and I'm going to take a break. For those good people who are here, please do consider hitting that like button if you haven't done so already. That would really help us out. And of course, for those who have not subscribed yet, do consider subscribing. That would be awesome. JB, have a good night. And friends, mother just passed away tonight. Gotta go, JB. Our condolences, and sorry to hear that. And you take care there, my friend. And our condolences from the entire Lava family on the loss of your mother. And that's always a hard thing, especially a mother. That's really hard. Be good, and take care, JB. All the best to you. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break, you guys. Don't go away. Thanks, everyone. And I will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Keep smiling if you can. And Thor saying good night as well. May you all be well and stay safe. Good night, Thor. All the best to you as well. And I'll be back after the break, you guys. Don't go away. Thanks. And we'll be there shortly. Wow, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, something like that. I'll be back. Here we go. Microphone is back on, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX on live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028. And let's see, Sue Hayes and Grandma B is back from doing taxes with somebody else. And super a good stream. I agree, Grandma B. Oh, am I doing something wrong or different? Anyway, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart, and that's all good. All right, so let's finish off our earthquakes and see what we've got going on here. We did do some of them, and we kind of finished off over here with our Philippine area and up to the, did we do the one off the coast of Japan? Yeah, I think we did, and the Kuril Islands. We didn't get over here into Afghanistan, is it? Yep, a 4.2 from 837, and that is what we have there from 215.5 kilometers down for that one. Then we've got a bunch of quakes out here. And this again, this is interesting to see. These quakes are still continuing. Most of them I consider to be aftershocks. Things are still moving and turning and are doing their thing. 4.4 there from 6:44 a.m. and that is today, and 10 kilometers down for that one. Another 4.4 in Turkey and 4:54 a.m. This one 4.1 Turkey-Syria border area from 1706, and then we've got this one here. That is a 4.4 and 8:50 a.m. 19.4 kilometers down, and then we've got this one here, central Turkey. From this is only 2.6 kilometers down from 1614. And speaking of Turkey and Syria and that area, my heart really goes out for those people. The tolls have gone over 41,000 confirmed perished in this whole area. So, but surprisingly, they were still pulling out people who were still alive today, after all of the quake stuff that was happening. So, you know, there is a lot of bad news, but there is still some good news and still some hope. And this is something that I'm hoping that they're going to be diligent and continue to go through every last little bit of rubble to make sure that they've left no one there trapped and having them perish that way. You know, it's a horrible thing. Those are staggering numbers. Over 41,000 people having perished, and that is in a very quick instant. So it's horrible. It really is. But I'm hoping that things will calm down there. We did mention this quake here earlier, Romania 5.6, and of course there was the other one underneath it, same area, and that was from a 5.0 from yesterday. But this 5.6 came in at 6:16 a.m. our time here, so 10 kilometers down. Hopefully not too much damage. I mean, these aren't super large quakes, but 5.6 can still do a considerable amount of damage. We do see the older one here in Turkey, 2.1, very small. I don't think that would have meant much. And here's some of these other ones up in the northern portions of Iceland that are just kind of out of the reach of the sensors here. Wow, we see some of those, but these are measured a little bit differently. So 4.6, 4.5, and a 4.4 showing there. I did say we wanted to go to the other map. I'm going to refresh this just to make sure it is up to date, and we'll see. We don't see anything off the coast here on this particular map. So the one that we did see on the other map was a little lower down, and we don't see it, so that is okay. And of course, with this map, they are showing those other ones here up north of Iceland as well. And let's just zoom out here. We don't see anything further north. Looks like we do have this one here in Afghanistan. There's actually several there in Afghanistan, I think. Two of them. Hard to see because of the depth. They choose that blue color, and it's not the best for the background. But that's what we've got there. And of course, in China, they had that 5.1 from the 13th, so that is also noted on there. Just a quick look here in Greece and those areas. We don't see anything right where Piggy is, but we do see some movement here in the Aegean plate. We have this one from yesterday, 3.2, 2.6 from today at 19:45. Piggy did not feel that, or this 2.9 there, and this other one here, 2.6. Definitely not felt by Piggy, and I asked her about those. She said no, none of those. We have a 3.8 that happened yesterday as well, just north of Athens. Pretty quiet there. We do see some more down here on the Hellenic Arc, and that's a 3.2 from 8:24 this morning, and a 3.0 from 9:51 as well. So that is that arc that kind of goes along here. And looking over at Sicily, we do see Malta area. There's a couple more aftershocks still happening over here. Just little guys, though, 3.1 and 3.7 in size. And then, of course, Sicily in our volcanic zone here, Etna right there, and 2.4 yesterday's. This one is 2.2, and that is yesterday's as well, and 2.3. So that kind of gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on in that region. Did see a few more quakes along, just little ones along the bottom end of Spain, and over here in just off the edge of Morocco and the Strait of Gibraltar. So gives you a pretty good idea. And then of course, I think we're going to leave the quake map alone for over on La Palma. Not much happening there. We do see a few small quakes around Tenerife, but nothing really to speak of. Nothing in the eastern portions of the East Azores fault over here. So that's all good. And we do see some though over here and northern Italy, Switzerland, very small ones. And even in Germany, some small earthquakes, very, very small though, in the 1 to 2 range. Nothing really that's going to matter. So hopefully that'll help everyone out. Here's the biggest one in Wyoming, 3.7 from yesterday at 10:07. And that is pretty much it for our quakes. Did we get this one out here, 4.2? Yeah, I think we got that yesterday. I was kind of wondering why it was out in the middle of nowhere, and that's kind of weird. And of course, these other ones here, Kermadec, we already did look at that on the other map. All right, let's see if we can get the weather started. Actually, we'll go see about going over to the SO2 map real quick. Hopefully we can do that before the break, and then we can get into our weather after the break. So looking at North America, basically, we do see this heavy plume. This is coming over the pole and coming down here in northern Canada in the Arctic region. We do see that it is fairly clear though below that, and then this other stuff coming in from Alaska. You can see some of those plumes going over Alaska, of course, through the Yukon, portions of Northwest Territories, getting into British Columbia and northern Alberta, and we do see some clearer spots though in BC, and then along the coast here, where Seattle and Portland and those areas are getting a little higher readings. And moving to the east, we see most of that is covering the prairies and northern Ontario a little bit better, and of course around the Great Lakes because of the heavy population from the southern area there. We see a lot of that moving up, and it's just densely populated. That's what's causing a lot of that. And we see the jet stream coming back out here and going into the ocean. We do have that storm still lurking off the coast here, and that is getting rid of some of it. So looking at Nova Scotia, a little bit higher levels than normal. A couple clear spots there in New Brunswick and those areas. Portions of Mexico and places like Arizona and Texas and New Mexico fairly clear. And it's not till you get to the southern portions here we see where Popocatépetl and Mexico City working together. That plume, of course, going over top of the the Gulf of Mexico, and then it ends up getting into Alabama and Florida and Georgia and those places, and helping out and making things bad there. Sliding down into the Central American region, we see a lot of that coming off into the Pacific, which is a more kind of a normal scenario than what we typically see. Not so bad coming from Nevado del Ruiz over there, and sliding down to Chile. Not as bad as it could be, and some of it still getting into Argentina. We do still see population SO2 from these other places like Rio de Janeiro, Sao Paulo, and Buenos Aires coming northward and covering a good portion of Uruguay. Still seeing quite a bit of SO2 down in the south, and that is starting to dissipate a little bit more, and we're not seeing as much of it anymore. It is getting colder down there, so less snow melt, and of course the reason that we have that there is because the SO2 is captured by the snow. And of course in the wintertime, technically our summertime in the northern hemisphere, but if I get it right, our summertime is their wintertime, and our wintertime is their summertime. So as they are progressing, they had a lot of snow melt releasing the SO2 gas, and going back to starting to freeze up again. So that'll diminish, and that'll be okay. We see a White Isle volcano, not as bad. That storm has moved off the coast a little bit further out. Hopefully it'll get better for those good people in New Zealand. And I don't think Leo had his barbecue on there, but he's at work now, so I don't think that's from him. That's the refinery. Anyway, we do have the coking plants north of Sydney still doing their thing. Tofua out here in Tonga still doing its thing. Not as bad from Vanuatu. Looks pretty easy going today. Same thing with Papua New Guinea. Luolatok still making its plume. Semaru and the others are working away here. Merapi would be about there, and then Kurinsi and the other one, Marapi, are still working on it. And I don't think there's too much else from those guys. Not going to worry about them. Going to go up here. Very little coming off of Mayon and Bulasan there. And Taal, of course, a Taal volcano still dumping out about 6,000 tons per day of SO2. So, and we have a large population of people in that area as well. That's what's causing that plume. Taiwan, very undistinguishable from the stuff that's coming off of China. We do see here We have from Suwanosejima, and of course Sakurajima putting out a lot of SO2, and it's probably getting a little bit of help from Asosan up here. And still moving up, we see a little heavier stuff for Tokyo area. And then, of course, getting into the Kamchatka Peninsula, I think either, what is it, Bezimiani or Shivlish up top here working together. And then Karimsky has got to be the one that's doing this. I have no other idea down here, because the other volcano, that Klaishevskoy, is somewhere in here. This is too low for it, so I gotta wonder what's going on there. I was wondering if there was a volcano in China off-gassing. No, there is not. That is people pollution. That's all people pollution. There are no volcanoes there. We'll take a look at that volcano map in a second. Same thing with India. You know, you'd swear that there's a volcano going, but there is not. It's kind of the same as when we look down here going, okay, why is this spot always here? We know that those are the smelting plants for the gold refineries. And here in the Congo, we are, DR Congo, still seeing some SO2 there as well from those two volcanoes, as well as the coking. And again, we finally see a little bit more coming from our Eruption, and there is what we see there. So Eruption would be right in that area. So it's doing its thing again. And these other spots, of course, are coming from the refineries in Baghdad and then Kuwait, as well as here in Saudi Arabia and in Iran. And those are those guys. And here's what's going on at Mount Etna. Now, I don't know how much is all from Etna, but we do know that there's also Stromboli and Volcano here. So most of this will likely be Etna. Etna, though, that's why I wanted to look at those earthquakes from earlier. Those were basically yesterday's. I wonder if it's these earthquakes are shaking something loose there, and that is pretty cool if it is, but that is kind of awesome. Anyway, let's go back for a second on the volcano map, and I wanted to check something, and we'll see if we can go over there for a second. And there's the Kamchatka Peninsula. Let's turn on the other volcanoes. I know there's so many volcanoes there, and we're seeing it from down here, and it's just about impossible to pinpoint which one might be off-gassing, because a lot of these have the potential to reactivate. So it's really difficult to tell. You know, a lot of unnamed volcanoes in here. It's really a shame that we don't know which one is going. What is this? Koyarsky, and then Avashinsky. I don't know. Avashinsky might be the right location. That's some of these other ones in here as well. Some of the names I don't even want to attempt. Vir volcano, I can say, and Zavaritsky, and Baconing, that's easy, and Kostanka. No, what is it? Kostankan. Where is here's another one. There's a Karimsky there, and then Mali is not too far away from it. Here's this other one, that Academia. I don't know if any of these are going right now, but those are potentials that we might want to take a look at and check into and see exactly what's happening. And you know, we see the other ones up here, the orange ones, Bezimiani and Shivelish, of course, being red still. So that's pretty good. 160 volcanoes on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Did you count them all, Sue? Are you sure there's 160? I don't have that many fingers and toes, so I'm going to have to take your word for it. There's a lot of dead ones too, and ones that haven't gone off in years, so millions of years. I looked it up. Oh, somebody else counted. Hope they, boy, if they had that many fingers and toes, I think I'd stay away from them. Anyway, it is time for a break, and we're going to go take a look at our weather after we get back from that. So let's do the weather map afterwards, and of course, for right now, we're going to leave it right there. Keep smiling, and well, actually, I'm going to put you back over here on the lava, and I will go have a break, and then we'll see what we can do to get the weather out of the way before, and I'm trying to cut the stream time down here, and hopefully we can bomb this off within a half hour. So we'll see what we can do. I'm going to take that break now. Don't go away. I'm your host, DrFox2000. For those who have not yet hit that like button, please give it a bop. We're trying to get over that 100 mark. And also, for those who have not subscribed, do consider subscribing. And please all remember, these streams are not monetized. So just so you know, they should be commercial free. And we'll leave that as that. There are 2 bunnies eating right now. And I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Thank you. Don't go away. back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. I'm your host at DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. By the way, this is live from Kilauea right now, just so you know. And thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Cananaska's country. And I'm sure I can hear you, Sharon Stewart. There she is. And thanks, Sue. And thank you, Sharon Stewart, who says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Mesmerized. All right. And that is awesome. Talking about those old volcanoes and subduction zones, and going back up to the Pacific Northwest area, close to the subduction zone. Yeah, that's a dangerous area. But up there in the Kamchatka corner, if you want to call it that, that's been going on for a long time. And I wonder how many of the predecessor islands of Hawaii have been subducted into there. And that chain would have gone for years and years. Anyway, I do want to get the weather done, so let's get at that. And we'll maybe chat afterwards. Really quickly, very cold up in the northern portions. We do see that cold dropping into northern corner of British Columbia, top third or half of Alberta, and then of course into Manitoba or Saskatchewan and Manitoba, and looks like a lot warmer around the Great Lakes region. Real quick, about 2 or 3 degrees in Vancouver there, out on the rock for a Bob. He's probably got about 1 degree, 2 degrees, somewhere in there. And going over here, looking at Edmonton, we know it's cold again, -8 right now according to that. And looking at a swift current for KC, and his temperature -14, and that is not so nice. Regina a little bit colder at -20, going out to Winnipeg, seeing a -13. And then a lot warmer around the Great Lake regions. Thunder Bay is 0 right now. That's pretty amazing. Sault Ste. Marie +1, -1 in Sudbury. And Toronto coming in at 4 degrees. London is about 3 degrees. Detroit about 9. Holy mackerel. And Chicago 7, 6 or 7. A heat wave for those guys. Going up though, Montreal is -2. Quebec is a lot colder at -7. We see some very cold temperatures up in the north and eastern portions of New Brunswick. St. John's only 9 degrees. Coming in at Halifax, we see about -7 or so. Same as Cole Harbour with 13 km/h winds. That wind looks like if that warm pushes in a little bit more, you get warmer temperatures there, but we'll see. And what's this? The Avalon Peninsula, I can't remember. -1 in St. John's, but the other end of the wonderful Newfoundland area is -13. Yeah, sorry, Sue. I gotta do that. It's gotta be funny sometimes. Anyway, looking at a lot of Labrador still cold, but most of Quebec is starting to warm up. Let's get over here to Portland. 2 degrees, 3 degrees there. San Jose coming in at +7. Sorry, only about 10 or 11 there in Los Angeles. And I bet you about 12 degrees in Death Valley. And what's Death Valley coming in at? We'll see. 3. Oh, see, I was right. Death Valley, 12 degrees. And holy cow, one of my uncles left the door open too. Uh-oh, Cananaska's country, that is not good. And 3 degrees there in Lost Wages. Mexicali is only 11 right now, and yeah, snowflakes reported in Phoenix. Carrie was telling me earlier. It was cold there and rainy and stuff. And 11 there. Tucson coming in at 10. Going over here, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 5 degrees. Then we get into the tropical temperatures, starting to see some 21, 22, 23s down on the bottom of Texas, 19 in San Antonio, and we see 17 in Austin, 21 in Houston, wow, and 16, 15, 16 there in Dallas, that's a little bit better. Oklahoma City coming in at 11, and we see the warmer air. You can see where all the red stuff is. They're getting pushing that cold back to the north. 21 in New Orleans. Tallahassee, though, still a cold. Looks like Florida still got some cold temperatures there. 21 in Miami, not so warm. And we see Jacksonville 15, Atlanta coming in at 14. And Charlotte, North Carolina, is coming in at 11. And Grandma B's house, 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and that is 10 degrees Celsius. Virginia Beach coming in at about 8, a little bit cooler, so about minus 46, 47, kind of thing. Philadelphia, 5 degrees, New York, 5 degrees, and Boston, 2 degrees. Let's go down, take a look at Cancun real quick. They are warming up, 25 right now. Mexico City only made it to 15. Acapulco still holding at 27. Puerto Vallarta is about 19 or 20. And the same thing as Mazatlan. We do still see that cold down the Baja, though, and down into Mexico. Central America doesn't look too bad. Colombia we see up to about 30 degrees. And of course, higher elevations are a little colder. And same thing goes for what we're seeing in Venezuela. So not bad, and pretty good temperatures there for evening and nighttime stuff. In Peru and Brazil, not so bad. Rio de Janeiro, 24 degrees right now. Sao Paulo, 21. Doesn't look too hot in Bolivia. Paraguay, all the way up to about 28, 29, and those places. And we see that still a few places that are about 30, 31 degrees there in Argentina. Zooming in real quick, Paysandú, the Moncus, home of the Moncus, is 25 degrees Celsius right now. And Buenos Aires coming in a little cooler at 22. They've got that cold high sitting there. And we see the temperatures are starting to split up a little bit more. A lot more cold in the southern end of Argentina, and of course along the coast of Chile. It doesn't get warm until you go back up to Santiago. What is it? Santiago. Yeah, that's right. I did say it right. Never mind. And looking at New Zealand, looks like the west coast is starting to warm up finally of the South Island. We're still seeing some reasonable temperatures on the bottom end of the South Island. Christchurch a little cooler at 16. That storm is no longer considered to be a storm, but it's still a massive low there, giving them all kinds of bad weather. 17 there in Wellington, Taupo will be coming in at about 21. They're starting to warm back up on the top here, so that's real nice. Auckland coming in about 22 degrees up here. Looks like some places even 23 on the peninsula. Hobart coming in at about 23, and the areas are 23, 24, up to 25 in some places. Cooking there in Melbourne at 31 degrees, and holy mackerel. They've got those warm temperatures. 30 degrees in Adelaide, coming up to 25, 24, 25 there in Sydney. Brisbane about 27. Good thing they're on the coast, because look at these temperatures. 42, 43 in the outback here. This is just crazy. Cooking hot. Anyway, Perth coming in about 24 degrees right now. That's not so bad. Looking at what we've got here, about 26, 27 in Fiji, a little cooler today. Same thing goes for Vanuatu, a little about a degree cooler than normal there in the um, yeah, sorry, Vanuatu is there. This is New Caledonia, my bad. So 27, 28 there. We do see some of that hot still in the southern portion here. 36 degrees, my God, and that'd be hot. Hot and humid for those guys there in Papua New Guinea, eastern end of Indonesia is definitely getting some rain. We do see 91P here, that storm causing a lot of havoc, and then we see another storm up here going the other way. And looking at some of the temperatures all the way up to about 30 degrees in some places on Java, and almost the same there. And what is that? Sumatra. There we go. I had to think about that. 24 degrees. Yeah, it says 26 on the map for a big Bangkok, but I don't know. You pick. It's probably 25 degrees. A little cooler there in Manila at 27, 28. And we see that cold still pushing down south. And of course, that is not good. Over at Japan, Sakurajima is going to have the same temperatures as Kagoshima here, about 9 degrees Celsius right now. We do see some single digits and below freezing temperatures all the way up through Japan, 4 or 5 degrees in Tokyo, and very cold temperatures. Sapporo, whoa, minus 11, minus 12. And not so good for them. Actually, Kamchatka Peninsula is warmer than that area, so they've got that low circulating there. Sri Lanka, yeah, a little degree cooler than normal. We'll leave it at that. It's not 26, it's only 25 or 24. Delhi at 14 today, and pretty much normal for around Madagascar, 20s, low to mid 20s. Cape Town coming in about 19 or 18, and looks like Africa is starting to warm up a little bit. We see that temperature starting to move upward, pushing that cold back out of there. Still a lot of cold though up here in the north in Egypt and those places. Only 7 degrees right now there in Cairo. Looking at UAE starting to heat up a little bit, but still not out of the woods. 18 for the lows, 22 I think is about the highest, and we're still seeing some fairly cool temperatures in Oman and Yemen, and of course the northern part of Saudi Arabia is still quite cold. Baghdad 7 degrees right now, not so good for them. And looking at the area where all those poor people in Turkey and Syria are, they've got horrible temperatures below freezing in those temps, and that is just horrible. And we see, up to minus 9, minus 10 in some places, minus 11 up here at Malatya, minus 6. And of course some minus 20s over here in eastern Turkey. Piggy's Place coming in about 10 degrees right now or thereabouts, and that is what I'm seeing. 8 degrees on that, what Sue just brought up, thank you. And sliding over looking for we're passing all the other stuff and going over here, looking at Randazzo, about 2 degrees, a little bit warmer there, so that's not so bad. And 2 degrees, yep, agrees with me. And let's see, Sardinia coming in about, anywhere from a low to mid single digits. Looks like warming up a little bit on the coastline of Portugal. Madrid 4 again today, and Aurelio's 1 or 2 degrees today. That's better than 0 or minus 1. And Nantes coming in at 6. Paris a little bit cooler at 2. Munich a -4, Frankfurt is a -2, Cologne is 2, and Yvonne Kunkel's house of 2, and Brussels are coming in at 1, Amsterdam coming in at about 1, and it's all about the same over there. Looking at 0 in Berlin, Hamburg 1, Copenhagen coming in at 3. It's odd that it's warmer up north. 2 in Aarhus. And then we got Oslo coming in at -2, Stockholm 0, and looking at St. Petersburg, what did I see? A -1, Moscow a -4. Looking at England real quick, 4 degrees in London, and then we get up to Leeds, a little bit cooler, 3, and Glasgow, nice, 7. And about 7 up in Aberdeen. Dublin is coming in at 9. Irish Monkland is about 8 degrees right now, I think, over there. So that's what we would see. I see what Sue brought up, 6 degrees. Okay, well, maybe it's a little bit windier or something there. And looking at Reykjavik, 0 degrees there at Reykjavik right now. And that is kind of it for our weather. Oh, it says a -1. Well, yeah, they did have snowflakes, so it's got to be somewhere thereabouts. Let's switch it over to precipitation real quick and just see what we've got coming in. The west coast of Canada along the Alaskan lines there. From about the Queen Charlotte's on up, they're getting nailed with some rain. We do see a little bit of snow in the interior of BC and Yukon. Up in Saskatchewan, a little bit of snow, tiny stuff in Alberta, nothing major to worry about. Here's that nasty, nasty storm that is going to come around the Great Lakes. And Tom was talking about that earlier, I think. And yeah, they're going to get it, and that is not so good. And looking at what we've got, looks like up here in Quebec, northern portions are getting stormed out. Doesn't look so bad. Here we see that a storm that low is probably going to dissipate and move off. I don't think we're going to see too much snow there for Halifax or Sioux, and hopefully it calmed down a little bit there. We see this storm though coming up all the way from what is it? It'd be Mississippi and Louisiana, going through Tennessee and Indianapolis, Ohio, I guess, and Chicago, those areas, all the way up, Detroit being skirted. But that's going to move across the Great Lakes. That's going to make a mess. Here's what I was talking about, Phoenix area. They did see a few flakes earlier, and that's what we're seeing is thunderstorms with some rain. California is definitely getting a little bit of rain as well, and that is probably not a bad thing for right now, that they've got a little bit more moisture coming. Mexico, very little moisture, and of course the rainforest, we're seeing rain in the rainforest, not so much in the eastern portions of Brazil though. We do see stuff here in Paraguay, northern Argentina, and some in Uruguay, and southern end of the Brazilian area here, but I don't see anything for Paysandú. Very little in as far as rain for Uruguay, and a southern half of Chile's pretty good. Argentina, until you get down to the bottom here, where it really starts to get cold, and the Chilean coastline, of course, a bunch of snow and stuff. Going over and taking a look, and here's the remnants of that storm I was talking about. They are still getting some rain in New Zealand, and that is now also hitting Christchurch and the South Island. That's kind of what they got there. And looking up here, Fiji still getting nailed with a bunch of stuff, same as Vanuatu. Looks fairly dry there in Tasmania, and most of Australia, with the exception a little bit north of Brisbane here, and possibly a little bit right at Brisbane, but nothing too severe. And up in the north, there's that other storm, a 91P, definitely doing its number. And we see lots of rain. Indonesian area, Malaysian area, and those the Philippines. Everybody is getting a rain. Bangkok getting rain. That's why they're a little cooler today. And looking at the western coast of Japan, they have got a lot of snow happening, and it's cold enough for it. And here's that a low sitting off. That's a big low off of the Kamchatka Peninsula, really making things miserable there. And we do see Freddy and Denyangi there in the Indian Ocean, a couple of storms. We do see some stormy stuff, smaller stuff around Madagascar and down here in southern portions of Africa, central portions of Africa, the rainforesty stuff. And the desert stuff looks pretty dry. We do see here where it is warmer in Portugal, but they are getting rain. Same thing with some of the coastline of Morocco and getting rained upon. No rain for Piggy, and surprisingly no rain or snow for most of those people in the earthquake zone, so that is a little bit of a relief. Nothing in Sicily, Italy, France, Spain, going up into Germany and Holland. There's a fog. Same thing with up in Belgium. Looks like England is pretty much dry, but looks like the western half of Ireland is getting nailed with some rain. And looking at what we've got in Sweden, it's pretty good. Norway's pretty good, but Norway all the way along the coast, freezing rain and snow. And here's some more snow stuff there in our wonderful Iceland. Turning it into ice. Iceland. Iceland. And that is it for that portion of the weather. Let's go find some cold places, and we'll see if we can wrap the stream up early today. I am trying to push it here, so we'll see what we can do. Minus 49 already for a cold there. And let's see, in Antarctica, minus 49 so far. I'm looking for colder spots, a minus 49. And let's see, searching, and yeah, minus 49. Let's see if we can hit minus 50 in some places here. There's got to be a minus 50 in here somewhere. Minus 49. And minus 48, no, minus 49. I'm not going to spend a lot of time searching though. Minus 49, and that's not. I think it's going to be minus 49 is what I'm seeing, and that is about it. And let's see, I don't see anything else there. Minus 49. 47, 45, 43, 46, and 47. And yeah, I think a minus 49 is about the coldest I'm gonna get. I'm not seeing anything colder. There probably is, but there's probably a minus 50 hiding in here somewhere. But by the time I find it, it'll be tomorrow. So I'm going to call it a minus 49 for right now. And we'll see if that works. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to go with. Minus 49 for there. Let's see what we've got in Greenland, which is really a white land, but don't tell anybody that. Minus 49 already there in Greenland. 48, 48, minus 48. There's a minus 49 in there. I found a minus 50. in Greenland. Minus 50. Let's see if we can find a minus 51 in this area. Minus 50, 49, 50, 49, 48, 47, no. It's got to be in here somewhere. Oh, there's that minus 50. Minus 50. Do we see a 51 somewhere? If we zoom in a little more. Minus 49, minus 50. No, I think I'm going to have to go with a minus 50. I don't see anything colder. 49 is warmer. Yep, I think a minus 50 is the best I can do there in Greenland, which is really white land. But, yep, I think I'll leave it as that. And let's see, what else we got in the other places. Canadian Arctic, and this should be okay. Already found a minus 48, a minus 50 right there. And we'll see if we can zoom in a little bit and see if we can find a colder temp. Minus 48, where's that is 50. Minus 50 right there. What about these little lakes? Minus 49, minus 48, 47, a little warmer there. Nope, that's no good. And let's see what we got. There's a minus 48, 49, 48. Yeah. Usually in here somewhere we get a cold. Nope, and that looks warm today. These look warm. 44, nope, nope, nope. 44, that's no good. We are much colder over in the other places. A minus 41, 45, 45. 43, nope, 48, 49. Oh, there's a minus 51. So that is looking pretty good. A minus 51. There's a minus 52 right there. Do we have a minus 53 in that spot? Let's zoom in and see. Minus 52. So that is pretty cold. Minus 52. Okay, minus 52 there. 47, 46. Nope, that ain't gonna work. 44. Warming up over there. What about over here in the main body? That looks pretty warmish. Let's see. Back over here, minus 45, 46, I see. That's not going to help me much. Warmer there. Let's look up in the tropical islands up north. No, I think a minus 52 is what I will settle for in the Arctic. And let's go over to the other Arctic of Siberia. Siberia is a cold place, and I already see a minus 52 already in the Siberian Arctic. And let's see, that is right there, that high, and that is pretty nasty. Minus 52. And what else we got? Minus 52. We need a minus 50. 53 is our next target. 49, that is very cold, minus a 50 there, and a minus a 50, 48, 49 over there, somewhere in the middle here, and there's another a minus a 50 all the way in that area. Okay, so let me look where I am. Minus a 50 there, so yeah, minus a 52 is what we got so far. Let's see if we can find something a little chillier. A minus a 51 right there, and just checking around here. Minus a 51. Other than these tropical temperatures, it's so hard to find. Minus a 50 again. There's a minus a 52 right there. Do we have anything colder? Minus a 52. No, I don't see anything colder right there. Oh, hang on. There's a minus a 53. Minus a 53 so far. And do we have anything colder than a minus a 53? So that is okay there. Let's back that out a little bit and go and look at some other places here. The sneaky places up in the northern portions. No, not there. Nothing there. Minus a 45. 44. No, that ain't gonna help me any. Minus a 53 is my low, and let's see if we can find some colder places. I just want to have a look here. 41s, that's not so bad for them. A minus a 42. 41s, no. What about along in here? There's a minus a 49. We got minus a 53 already, so gotta be a colder. Oh, there's a minus a 50, 52. I seen pop up. Minus a 51 there. We got minus a 53, so looking for colder than a minus a 53. And no, not seeing it. Going back over here. There's that high. That's where we found that minus 53. And I want to see where the other high is located. There it is. There. Minus a 30 something. No, that'll never work. That'll never work. That's way too warm. Yeah, it's got to be over here or something colder. A minus a 47. There's another minus a 51 right there. 54, minus a 54, and do we see a minus a 55? I've got a minus a 54 on the screen, so let's see if we can find a minus a 55. That is too warm. There's a minus a 50, 49, and still looking. Minus a 54 we found, so that is horribly cold. And we'll zoom in there. Maybe we can find a minus a 55 in that area. And welcome to Lando Music. Good to have you on board. Is a volcano very hot? Volcanoes are usually very hot. Right now we're looking for the coldest temperatures on the planet. And in Siberia I found a minus 54 degrees Celsius. That is quite cold. So that's far from being hot. And let's see, and what else we got. I think that is, I'm going to give up on it because I'm going to end the stream pretty quick here. So let's leave it as that. I've got a minus 54 degrees Celsius there in our wonderful Siberian area, and we'll leave it as that. So all good, and we'll tally up the scores. And I don't know, I think Doc finds, thank you Sharon for keeping track. Antarctica minus 49, Greenland minus 50, Canadian Arctic minus 52, and the other Arctic, Siberia, is a minus 54. And Sue finds, ooh, Sue beat me in Greenland. No, yeah, she beat me in, oh my God, she beat me in the Antarctic by a degree, Greenland by a degree, Canadian Arctic we tied, and Siberia we tied. Sue is the winner again. Oh, that's Sue. She is the Frost Queen. There you go. Congratulations, Sue. You done it again. You whooped me. And that is all good. So, congratulations, Sue. And of course, our hotspot on the planet is down here at plus 43 degrees there in the outback, of course, of our wonderful Australia. So they are basking in the sun. Oh, minus plus 44 right there, I seen, and that is a pretty warm. So yep, Australia definitely gets the hot temperature of the day. Sue wins again. Good hunting, and congratulations, Sue. C&D boy, where are your trophies? Hand Sue a trophy, please. And we'll make that happen. Anyway, let's get back over and warm up real quick. Roast your fingers in front of Kilauea's wonderful crater there, the Halama crater, and that is Kilauea, and that is what we see, the lovely lava flow. Sue got you by 2 degrees, Doc. Yep, she did too. She is a cold one. And excellent. That is all fun. You'll go feed the animals in cold places. And there you go, Sue. And that is excellent. Thank you very kindly. And all good. So I want to say a big thank you to all of you for being here today. And I love the Lava family, of course. For those who have not yet hit the like button, please give the like button a shot. We still have a chance here to push it over a little bit. And again, I wanted to say a happy Valentine's Day to all of you. And be good and be kind and take care of yourselves. A big thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and C&D Boy and Gary 24/7 Live AZ Skies, as well as Joseph Fields at Texas and Lucas Snow. Thank you, moderators. I appreciate your hard work. And also a big thank you to Sue for helping out with the info and the reports and things. And that's always helpful. And thank you very much, Sue. I do appreciate it. And also thanks for taking a shot there at keeping a track of everything, Sharon and Bob as well. So thanks, you guys. And thank you, everyone, for being here. I do appreciate all of you. And on that friendly note, I also want to say a big thank you to JB for his $10 super chat today. We didn't have any other gifting or anything like that. That's fine. And all good. And on that friendly note, time to wrap things up. So please remember, take care of yourselves and take care of your loved ones and all those nice people. By the way, JB's friend, his mother passed away, so he did leave. JB, if you happen to look back on the stream, thank you for your super chat. And yeah, tend to your friends because they need you right now. On those friendly notes, be good, be kind, and please, most of all, Tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Take care, everyone, and we'll see you all tomorrow night. Take care, and we'll hopefully have some more lively action. Something new would be nice. Good night, everyone. Oink, oink.